Call to order, get those Martins into their seats. Yeah, huh? Diane's all ready to go, boys. Huh? So the chair of planning, Councillor Rivard, stated that anyone that wishes to use a mask, there are masks free on the table if you come up to speak, and if you want to sit back down with the mask, feel free to take them. All as a sponsorship from the City of Charlottetown. So I'm going to just go to my left and to your right. To the far end is Councillor Kevin Ramsey. Next to him is Deputy Mayor Jason Cody. Next to Deputy Mayor Cody is Councillor Terry Bernard. And Councillor Julie McCabe is to his right. And down at the far end, we have Councillor Tweel, Councillor Mike Duffy, Councillor Terry McLeod, and the chair of planning, our masked New York Islanders fan, Councillor Greg Rivard. Councillor Alana Yankov is unable to make it because she has a board meeting at the Guild, so she will not be here. Before we start, this session is 5:30 to 7 p.m., and then we'll move into another session. So first of all, I have to ask, are there any declarations of conflict of interest amongst the councillors on any of these issues? Seeing none. On the agenda, we have 4A, subsection 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we go into the second part, which is 7 p.m. to 7:45. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Councillor Rivard, moved by Councillor Rivard, seconded by Councillor Mike Duffy. All in favor? No problem. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Greg Rivard to start the process. Councillor Rivard.
Thank you, Worship. We have a busy night, so we'll get right into it. The first application is for 35 Conley Street. This is a request to rezone the subject property from the shopping center commercial C3 zone to the mixed-use corridor MUC zone in order to construct a single detached dwelling on a vacant property. 30 letters were sent out on August 12th to those property owners within 1,000 or 1,100 meter radius, and I don't believe we have any letters or support or opposition, received to date. And I believe Greg Morrison, one of our planners, is here to present. So Greg, whenever you're ready.
All right, so the subject property is located along Conley Street between University Avenue and Valley Street. So the subject property is identified, the small one here. It is 41 feet of lot frontage and approximately 4,000 square feet in lot area. The current zoning is the shopping center C3 zone, which does not allow for a single attached dwelling. The C1 zone allows for use, or C3 zone allows for uses such as a parking lot, an office, a retail store, or a warehouse, but residential uses aren't allowed for single attached dwelling. In order to allow a single attached dwelling, it has to be rezoned to the MUC zone, which eventually breaks down to the R1N zone and would permit a single attached dwelling with the lot size proposed. So this is the proposed site plan of the single attached dwelling. All setbacks are met in the R1N zone should it be approved, except the deck at the rear would have to be revised slightly. So to summarize, the single attached dwelling is not permitted in the C3 zone, but it would be permitted in the C1N or MUC zone. Rezoning to MUC does not change the official plan because both are commercial properties or commercial zoning. So if there's any questions, I can try to answer, and the applicant is also here tonight.
Okay, thank you, Greg. And the applicant is, where is the applicant? Oh, Kenny, okay, Ronnie. Do you want to add anything, Mr. Martin? You're all right? Okay. Well, seeing no one here to speak for or against, I think we'll... Oh, do I have Councillor Tweel? Okay, Councillor Tweel.
Want to welcome Donnie and Ronnie here tonight. Had an opportunity to go down and view the proposed single-family dwelling with Ronnie a few weeks ago. And what Ronnie is proposing here is consistent with what you would see up and down Conley Street. I think it'd be a nice addition to the neighborhood. It would certainly recapture that footprint that currently exists there now. So again, I want to welcome Donnie and Ronnie here to the meeting tonight, and I wish you all the success. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Tweel. Okay, so we can move on to the next item, 4042 Kensington Road, and I believe you want to take it over there, Mr. Chair?
All right, thank you, Your Worship. So the next application is for 4042 Kensington Road and 3 Park Street. So there's a request to rezone the subject property from a low-density residential R2 zone to the medium-density residential R3 zone in order to convert the existing legal non-conforming 3-unit dwelling into a 4-unit dwelling. 49 letters were sent out on August 12th to property owners within 100 meters of the subject property. No letters of support or opposition have been received to date. Greg is here again to present on this application, and the applicant is here to answer any questions, should there be any at that time. So, Greg?
Yeah, so this is a property on the corner of Kensington Road and Park Street. It has 3 civic addresses. It is on one property and contains 3 units. So the request, as Councillor Rivard mentioned, is to rezone from R2 to R3, as well as amend the official plan from low-density residential to medium-density residential. But finally, there is a variance request as well for the lot frontage from 98.4 feet to 53.87 feet. And that would be applicable if this property was rezoned. So the variance does not require a public meeting, but just for the record, it will have to go to planning board as part of the request as well. So the subject property is located adjacent to the Eastlink Center and near an apartment complex across the street. Contains 3 buildings for 105 units total. The rest of the properties along Kensington Road, Park Street, and Belmont Street are located in the R2 zone. So the subject property is a legal non-conforming 3-unit dwelling, which means that the R2 zone typically would allow 2 units. However, this property contained 3 units prior to our bylaw being effective, and therefore is permitted to remain, and we call it legal non-conforming or grandfathered in. The applicant is looking to, bring the 3rd unit into conformance and add a 4th unit. The property has the lot area required for 4 units, but does not have the lot frontage, hence the variance. The site plan you see on the screen shows the ability to obtain 4 parking spaces, and the building itself does not have any additions, so the work is all interior other than cosmetic exterior work and a deck. So again, I'm here to answer questions, and the applicant is too.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to mention that there is a booklet that came from planning, letters received in support of 4042 Kensington Road, so we do have them. And the applicant is here, Boyd Driscoll. Okay, just one second. Just want to ask, is there anyone in the audience that would like to address the application for this rezoning? Okay, I know the councillor from the area, Councillor Terry McLeod. Do you want to say a few words, Councillor McLeod?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Greg. Just want to give 2 shout-outs. First of all, one to, of course, Boyd for turning this project into a win-win. having known the history of the property beforehand really makes a difference. The community is really on board. But I'd also like to thank the planning staff for doing their due diligence. They have a job to do, and there's a couple of hurdles there we had to work with. But at the end of the day, they did a great job, and hopefully we'll have favorable results, because this is a great project, and it's a win-win for everybody. So just want to say thanks again to Boyd for doing the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLeod. Okay, seeing no comments for or against, do you want to move to the next one, sir? 53?
This is moving nice and quick. All right, the next application is for 53 Towers Road. There's a request to amend the comprehensive development plan and amend the development agreement to increase the density on the lot from 60 to 62 units. Laurel is here to present, and the applicant as well as the architect are here to answer any questions should anyone have any at that time. So whenever you're ready, Laurel.
Yes, so this is the subject lot. It's located off of Towers Road, and it's part of the Sherwood Greens development. This is a request to change the density, and although the comprehensive development area doesn't have a density requirement, it is required to come to a public meeting because there was a request to amend the development concept plan and development agreement to allow for the additional 2 units. So that is the purpose of the request tonight. The applicants did have 2 guest suites in these 2 units, so they were basically there to serve guests that were visiting people that would live in the building, and I believe the developer had a request by the Canadian Mental Health Association to convert those to apartments. So we had to bring them forward as per the requirements of the bylaw to a public meeting. So Chris Jetty, the architect for the project, is here tonight to speak to it if there's any questions.
Okay, do you want to speak to it, Mr. Jennings? Is it Jennings or Jetty? Jetty, thank you.
Chris Jetty.
Jetty, not Jennings. Thank you.
Yeah, there were 62 units in the building, and we're really just looking to convert 2 of the suites that were designated as guest suites to full-time rental units. And as Laurel mentioned, Diane is on the board of the Canadian Mental Health Association, has received a request for these 2 units to be rented to CMHA clients. There's no change to the building aside from adding a kitchen stove and a range hood to these existing suites. That's really the extent of it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jetty. Yeah, just 1 second there, Councillor Tweel. Yeah. Diane, do you want to say anything? You're all right? Okay. Yeah, no one. No. Okay. Councillor Bernard, do you want to speak first, and then Councillor Tweel?
Just a clarification. Chris, I'm just wondering, those other 2 units, is there any other units in the building that are similar to those 2 that are converting over, or are there 60 rentable units and then these 2 being converted over?
These 2 units were specific. They were bachelor suites.
Yeah.
They were really just, we changed it up if it's going to go ahead to include a storage room, but they remained bachelor suites, and they had a little kitchenette, but no cooking facilities. And that was the definition between a guest suite and a permanent rental suite.
Okay, so is there any other guest suites in the building?
No, just these 2.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Councillor Tweel?
First of all, Chris, thank you for your brief presentation, but equally important, I want to welcome Diane McQuaid, the developer that's here. Thank you for being here tonight, Diane. I want to thank Diane for not just being a developer, but being a very caring developer. She operates one of the best community care facilities in this province. And I say that sincerely, Diane. So I know that what you're proposing here tonight and what you'll do in terms of the final product will be nothing but excellent work. And I know that the people who are going to be living there are going to be very pleased and have a great quality of life. So keep up the great work, Diane.
Thank you, Councillor Twill. Diane, do you want to respond? No response from the floor. His compliments? Okay. So anyone wishing to speak? Any more councillors down that way? All right. No one's trying to come in via WebEx? Councillor Duran is in on it? Okay. Okay. He's the voice up there in the ceiling, so he's around. Okay. Councillor Rivard, we can move on. Number 4.
All right, so this is zoning and development bylaw amendments. So proposed amendments to the zoning and development bylaw as it pertains to section 20, medium density mixed use MUR zone, mixing formula for housing types to allow better placement of similar dwellings. Section 45.12, private street access being removed and repealed. 3, section 45.6, general provisions for subdivision pertaining to private roads, and section 44.12.4, regulations for fascia sign general provisions to allow fascia signage to be located at the top of 4-story street wall or the top of a building impacted by the setback. Laurel is here to present, so whenever you're ready, Laurel.
So we have a number of amendments going forward this evening. The first is to the MUR zone. And basically the reason for these amendments, in 2016 the East Royalty Master Plan was adopted, and with it the MUR, mixed use density residential zone, was developed to implement policy that was adopted in the master plan. The MUR zone was a new zone that was created to allow for the mixing of residential unit types, and the purposes of the zone was to create an area that has various forms of housing options and topologies. This was to prevent large swaths of one form of housing occurring in a specific area, and over the past 4 years since the adoption of the East Royalty Master Plan, staff have worked closely with developers and reviewed subdivision proposals within the MUR zone. In subdivision layout, there's been some difficulty with the placement and spacing of building topologies next to each other along streets with the current MUR zone regulations. And the current placement of regulations have made it difficult for any type of conformity of building groupings along the streetscapes. In addition, the amount of units permitted in a townhouse dwelling is low for today's construction standard and market requirement. Therefore, staff are proposing the following amendments. So the amendments are up on the screen, and under section 20.23, under regulations for mixed density distribution, we're suggesting to amend by adding the words run of. Section 20.24 under regulations for mixed density distribution, amend by removing the number 2 and replacing it with 3. Also amend by inserting the words with a maximum of 12 units total on all 3 lots, and remove the words 3 or 4 dwelling units shall be permitted to be constructed on adjoining lots on the same side of the street. Section 20.25 under regulations for mixed density distribution, amend by removing the words 1 and replace with 2. Also remove the words 5 and replace with more than 6. Remove the words or more as well. So those amendments will read as follows. Single detached, semi-detached, and duplex dwellings shall be permitted on adjoining lots on the same side of the street adjacent to townhouse dwellings. At least one side of the run of semi-detached or duplex dwellings must be flanked by a single detached dwelling. No more than 3 townhouse dwellings with a maximum of 12 units total on all 3 lots shall be permitted to be constructed on adjoining lots on the same side of the street. And 20.25, at no time shall more than 2 townhouse dwellings consisting of more than 6 dwelling units be permitted to be constructed on adjoining lots. Attachment B fascia signs will be done by Greg Morrison in a few minutes. So we're going to move on to private street access. Staff is basically recommending to remove that section of the bylaw and repeal it. In the past, the reason for removing that section, in the past the city's allowed the construction of private streets, and many of these private streets were constructed to minimum standards, which have resulted in narrower roads with reduced design standards resulting in safety concerns. This has created difficulty for snow removal, machinery, parking, and vehicles along street shoulders, lot drainage from adjacent properties, undermining of streets due to limited storm drain systems, and difficulty for emergency vehicles to gain access. In addition, the city has had requests to take over ownership and maintenance of these substandard streets after the development has been sold. The city has requirements for the construction of public streets. The zoning and development bylaw requires that public streets servicing within the streets be designed by an engineer. The developer is also required to post security to ensure that the street is constructed to public road standards. The security that we require for public roads, it's held for 2 years after the road is constructed, and that's to ensure that there are no deficiencies in construction of the road. Upfront constructing public roads is more expensive for the developer, but in the long run it saves money for the developer as they're not responsible for street maintenance because the street is deeded to the municipality as opposed to the developer trying to maintain it or the residents that live in the street. Staff is therefore recommending that all streets within the municipality be designed to public road standards. However, existing private streets will be allowed to continue to be used and developed, but if this amendment is approved, no new private streets going forward will be permitted after the passing of the bylaw. So, as I stated earlier, the private street access section will be removed from the bylaw. So we are also proposing general amendments to the subdivision section of the bylaw, and that's section 45.61, 45.62, 45.6.3. And the amendments to this section of the bylaw deal with removing any references to allowing the construction of new private streets within the city. It also establishes requirements for existing private streets within the city, and there is also a provision added for rear lane access driveways to be permitted in areas where multiple driveways onto a public street is not deemed appropriate in the interest of safety. These rear lane accesses may be constructed to a minimum standard to provide safe access for emergency vehicles. So the amendments are also on the screen, but generally section 45.61 under general provisions for subdivision, amend by adding the following subsections as follows. It's private streets that existed, and these are right here if you want to follow along, and were approved prior to July 2020 shall be permitted to exist, and building permits may be approved on these private streets, but no further private streets shall be approved for subdivision or development after this date. Existing private streets must be suitable and safe for emergency vehicles, such as police, fire, and ambulance services. Services such as water and sewer, electricity, and telecommunications must be adequately provided and accommodated for the development located on an existing private street. The existing private street must provide safe and convenient public and private pedestrian and vehicular access. Section 45.2 under general provisions for subdivision, amend by removing the word private and also add subsection 45.62 as follows. Where multiple accesses on an existing or proposed public street are not deemed appropriate in the interest of safety, subdivisions for residential development may be designed with rear lane access driveways. Rear lane access driveways must meet the requirements for the passage and accessibility of emergency vehicles. And then section 45.3 or 45.6.3 under general provisions of subdivision, amend by inserting the word public and removing the words public and private. Also amend by removing the word street and add the words of subdivision. Also add the words serviced and developed at the cost of the developer, and further remove the words whereby they can be either developed to a standard whereby. Also add the word where and further remove the words words or private. So those amendments will read as follows. An applicant who proposes to subdivide an area of land shall lay out and construct all proposed public streets as shown on the plan of subdivision. All future and undeveloped streets must be serviced and developed at the cost of the developer in a manner where they can be accepted by the municipality as a public street. And that concludes the amendments I'm presenting, if there's any questions.
Okay, can we just keep you up there for a while, Laurel? Any questions? Just one second. Any questions from the floor? Okay, Councillor Tweedy, you have a question for Laurel?
Thank you for your presentation, Laurel. Very interested in streets that are constructed by developers and then eventually wanting to turn them over to the city. In terms of those roads being turned over to the city, I think as you mentioned, it has to meet certain standards. So the standards that we're talking about, are they the national standards that you would expect right across the country, those standards? And we're talking about the roads in terms of the width. Does that mean they're also have the necessary infrastructure below ground? For example, no deep, wide ditches. Does that include also sidewalks and lighting and the necessary infrastructure below ground? Too often in the past, even though we do have it in our zoning and development bylaw, too often in the past, the municipality gets stuck with bringing these streets up to the national standards. So what you're proposing here tonight will alleviate all of that and position the city in a position of strength as opposed to being in a handicap position. Is that safe to say?
I guess to be clear, the city has always had requirements for public roads. Our zoning and development bylaw under this section for subdivision requires standards for construction of public roads. They have to be built to engineering standards. Asphalt is required to be processed at a specific PSI and thickness. The province also has requirements. Some of ours are in line with provincial regulations, but some are a little more stringent than provincial regulations. We require 60-foot road widths.
Okay.
We don't require open ditch anymore. It's under our regulations, curb and gutter is required for public roads. What was happening was we did have some developers that built some developments that they constructed with private roads, and we didn't have standards for private roads. And what we were getting were roads that were narrower. We had emergency vehicles that were having difficulty sometimes to get through because cars would be parked along the side because they weren't as wide as what our public road standards are. Snow plows had difficulty clearing snow, and then if they piled it to the side, it created, challenges for emergency vehicles or people just trying to access that road and difficulty for cars to pass. So it's easier and it creates a better product for the subdivision if everything is constructed to public road standards. So, and we require security to ensure that the developer does construct to public road standards. So that kind of holds the developer to making sure that they meet the city's requirements. And we don't release the security until all deficiencies are corrected and all requirements are met.
Thank you, Laurel. Okay, could we, Greg, are you doing the next part? Thank
I
you.
just have a question for Laura.
Oh, sorry, Laurel, can you just stay up there? I have to look both ways here, it's not the sort of King Arthur and the Round Table. Oh, Councillor Bernard, do you want to ask a question?
Yeah, just a quick question for Laurel. Laura, we ran into this before where even though these new provisions are being adopted, is there subdivisions that would have been approved 10 years ago, 5 years ago, that would be grandfathered in, that wouldn't have to abide by these rules?
The thing is, with private roads, they're not permitted to be subdivided because you need, under our bylaw, you need to have public road frontage in order to subdivide. So basically, you're dealing with the development that would be one large lot with a private road going into it. And then they would have to have, that one large lot would have to have frontage on a public road at some location.
Now, I'm talking about a whole new subdivision that may have been approved 10 years ago.
So
That
under,
the developer now wants to develop it.
so under our current regulations, if that road currently exists, then they wouldn't have to upgrade to public standards. If they haven't started construction or acted on their preliminary approval is only good for 1 year. It wouldn't be grandfathered in if nothing has started. If it's basically if it's a blank field that construction hasn't started on, it would be under the current regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bernard. So I'm looking down here, no questions here, no? Okay, change the guard. Mr. Morrison?
All right, so this is the last amendment, deals with fascia signs. So when you're erecting a fascia sign on a building, it either has to be on the first floor, essentially below the bottom of the second story windows, or we made an amendment in the past where if it's a 4 or more story building, you can go to the top as well. So what wasn't contemplated in that amendment was our step back requirements downtown. So once you get beyond 4 stories, you have to step back. So if you have a 6, 8 story building, the way the requirement reads today is you either have to be on the first floor or the 8th floor, let's say. But that 8th floor could be back 20 feet from the front of the building. So the amendment we're proposing today is to allow 3 locations, the first floor, the very top, or the top of the street wall. So if it goes up 4 stories, then step back, you could go on the 1st, the 4th, or the 8th, essentially.
Do you want to add anything? Okay. Okay, any questions for Mr. Greg Morrison, one of our professional planners? Just 1 second, Councillor. None from the floor? Okay, Councillor Tweel?
Thank you, Greg. Does this also include digital signage?
That's a good question. It's strictly for fascia signage. I'd have to check to see how the electronic signage is referenced in the fascia sign, so I can look into that for the planning board, but it is in the fascia sign section only. And where this would probably be most applicable is in the downtown where step back is required, and that's where digital signs are not allowed. So you probably wouldn't run into it, but I can confirm that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Greg, as for the buildings on Queen Street that go up, there are 4 stories, that's the max right now. They can go with this will allow them to put the signage up there at the 4th story?
That's correct, yes.
And to a particular size?
The size doesn't change any. The idea is that, say in the downtown, if you're in the along Queen Street, you're allowed 1.25 square feet for every linear foot of building. So a 100-foot building, 100-foot wide building can have 125 square feet of signage. If you use that all on the first floor, you can't have any more. But if you want to kind of split it between the floors, that's something the building owner would have to allocate. But they have a total area for the whole building.
Okay. Councillor Tweel, follow-up question?
Greg, we're talking about the downtown, digital signage is prohibited, as I understand it. How would you explain the signage, the digital signage for the Confederation Center of the Arts? Is that signage that's there now, is that prohibited under what you're proposing, or was it always prohibited?
Yeah, so essentially it was that sign, and I believe the Guild has a similar sign. They would have been legal non-conforming today. I can check to see if there was any provision relating strictly to theaters. I know they have a separate section in the bylaw, but as far as those two, they were in prior to our bylaw restricting digital signage. So they would be grandfathered in at the very least.
But if you were to look up the definition, they are non-conforming, as you pointed out.
Legal non-conforming.
Legal,
Yeah.
non-conforming.
Yeah. Means they're allowed to exist, but they wouldn't be permitted today, essentially.
Okay. Any other questions? Greg, Laurel, or do we have another change here, Mr. Chair? Do you want to use the mic, please?
I just might be able to clarify the Confederation Center and the Guild. They are legal non-conforming, but that occurred a number of years ago when we had a heritage bylaw under a zoning and development bylaw, and signage was dealt with through the Heritage Board at that time. Because it was in the heritage area, it actually went through Heritage Board and Council. So
Correct. That's right.
It was a different process at that time.
And it was the same for the signage for Mavers. That also went through the Heritage Board at the time, back in 2005.
But nonetheless, they're non-conforming.
Yes.
Legal, non-conforming.
Yes.
Which, from a legal perspective, they're prohibited. No,
No.
they're not.
No.
They're permitted. Okay.
Thank
Just
you.
trying to understand it.
Thank you very much. That's it, Greg, Laurel? Okay. Any other questions? Questions from the floor? None coming in from WebEx or no? Cyberworld is not connecting with us? Okay. Well, okay. So, Councillor Rivard, that ends this portion of the meeting, 5:30 to 7, and you're at 6:11. What do we do for the next 49 minutes?
Let's have a council meeting. We have quorum. Yeah, 50-minute wait.
So we do have to wait.
Yeah, we do.
So if you want to hang around for the next 45 minutes, we're going to go into recess. Motion to go into recess?
Yep.
Yes. Thank you. You're not here? You're done? 7 p.m. to 7:45 p.m. I want to introduce the counselors here at the front table. Starting from your left and my right, Councillor Tweel, Councillor Mike Duffy, Councillor Terry McLeod, Councillor Greg Rivard, who is the chair of the Planning and Development Board. To your right and my left is Councillor Julie McCabe, Councillor Terry Bernard, Deputy Mayor Jason Cody, and at the end is Councillor Kevin Ramsey. In being Skyped in, or actually WebExed in, is Councillor Duran. Can you hear us there, Councillor Duran? Yes, I can. Okay, so his voice is coming from the ceiling. And Councillor Alana Yankoff is unable to make it tonight because she has a meeting at the Guild, so she will not be here. So I'm going to turn it over to our Chair of the Board, Chair of the Planning Board, Councillor Greg Rivard.
All right, thank you, Your Worship. Welcome, everybody. So tonight we are looking at the corner of Towers Road and Mount Edward Road. There's a request to amend Appendix B of the Zoning and Development Bylaw, Comprehensive Development Area, CDA, parcels and permitted uses, and a request to amend the official plan map from low-density residential to comprehensive plan area, and to amend the Zoning and Development Bylaw to rezone a portion of PID 390559 and PID number 390542 from low-density residential R2S to comprehensive development area CDA to facilitate a mixed-use development. 34 letters were sent out on August 13th to property owners within a 100-meter radius of the subject property. And I think what we're going to do, just for the for time-wise, is we're going to turn it over to the applicants. I think between Kane and Mr. Tim Banks, I think you guys are going to do the presentation, and then we'll open the floor up to questions after that. So whenever you guys are ready.
We're ready. Thank you. My name is Tim Banks. I'm the president and CEO of the APM Group and Pan American Properties. This project is a joint venture between RioCan Properties and Killam Properties. I am a founding director and trustee of Killam Properties, both of which are public companies. I just want to make sure I'm going right here. So. And I'll try to go as quick as I can. I'm going to put a timer on here. And so my presentation will be online this evening, so if anybody wants to look at it in detail, they can take their time and read through. I don't want to hold people up, so I'm going to make the presentation. Killam is a public real estate investment trust. It has approximately 17,000 apartments across Canada, a bunch of commercial investments, and a bunch of community sites. RioCan is one of the largest property developers in Canada. They own the Charlottetown Mall. We purchased a 50% interest in the Charlottetown Mall with them, with the intent of redeveloping the mall. This is an overview of the city of Charlottetown. We've highlighted the primary road network in the city at this point. This is the old neighborhood, or the community of Sherwood in the as we previously knew it. This is where our proposed development is going with respect to the community. This is the existing Confederation Trail. A bigger overview of the area is the Charlottetown Bypass, the St. Peter's Road, the Mount Edward Road, Belvedere Avenue, University Avenue, Capitol Drive, the extension of Capitol Drive being Spencer Drive, and Towers Road. I'm looking for a pointer here. No, I don't. I hit the top button? Oh, hold it. Okay. I see it. So Spencer Drive is right here and Towers Road is right here. And just to go back, there's no current link today that's a public link between this side of town to that side of town without going to the highway or going up to Belvedere Avenue. We're proposing in this development of taking part of our parking out of the Charlottetown Mall and turning that piece of the property over to the city to develop a new road. Our development is the 14-acre parcel that sits between it and the Mount Edward Road. Just an overview of why we think it's such a strong site is these are the parks that are in the area. These are the churches that are in the area. These are the schools that are in the area. The university, the 2 business parks, the 3 shopping nodes, and if you have a close look, the walking trail. And as you can see, this particular parcel is right square in the middle of all of this. Blowing up our proportion of the property, this is our Charlottetown Mall that's right here. This is the Spencer Drive link that currently ends right here. And this is the Towers Road that comes off Mount Edward Road. And what people have been doing to get through is they're coming through the parking lot and creating some traffic issues that happen and present some liabilities for us just with kids coming in and out of the theater. This proposed development involves 316 apartments in 4 buildings, these being the 4 buildings here. The entrance to the apartment buildings is onto Spencer Drive, which takes you out into the commercial node. The entrance to the townhouses is from Towers Road, and the existing entrance to what would be the health center would be off of Mount Edward Road. This is where the new proposed public road is positioned to happen. Council have already approved that in principle, and this is the traffic study that we had prepared for the development. Don Good, who teaches traffic engineering, is probably the dean of traffic engineering in Atlantic Canada out of the University of New Brunswick. He did the traffic report. If you look at this presentation online, you can examine the report up at the top right-hand side of the presentation. You'll see the link to the traffic study, so you can review that. Just looking at the site specifically, this is where the mid-rise apartments would be, the 4 buildings. They would consist of a 60-unit affordable building, 3 other market buildings, 2 of them being 88 units and 1 of them being 78 units. These 3 buildings would have underground parking, and then there would be a common area shared parking, not unlike the development we did on North River Road called Brighton Commons, where we did a 49-unit affordable project at the back of the property, and in the front of the property we did a 49-unit market building, and we have an integrated parking lot between the 2 buildings. The location to the right, closer to Mount Edward Road, would be the 2-story townhouses, and the corner lot would be reserved out for a community health care center. This particular parcel of the development would be reserved out for a future public road. That was at the request in consultation with the city to look at potentially getting a street up into this undeveloped land someday in the future. I'm just going to go to the next. This is some green spaces within the development, which would be undertaken in the development agreement to do. Being a public company, there's certain standards that we have in terms of our fit and finishes, and there'll be great landscaping and all the relevant things that go along with it. This is the new land transfer for the public road that will join Spencer to Towers Road. Now we're going to look at the elevation treatments that we're proposing for the buildings. And basically the four buildings from an exterior perspective will be pretty much all the same in style and detail. Like I said, the landscaping and the detail related to that, and as part of the development agreement, they'll be forced upon us to deliver this as per the drawings and the elevations. We're showing you some different perspectives of the building. So in the apartments, there's 314 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units spread over 4 buildings. It's a mix of market, affordable, and senior-friendly units. Surface parking with underground in the 2 larger buildings. Common amenities and fitness spaces. Private balconies and common outdoor gathering areas. Modern and contemporary materials and finishes. Sustainable building features such as higher R values, solar power for common building operations, low E glass, water conservation, sub-metering, LED lighting throughout, carbon neutral building materials where available, Energy Star appliances. But more importantly, if you open our presentation later when you get home, there's a link to our environmental and social governance in terms of what we are required as a public company to deliver in the buildings that we do, and it'll give you a pretty good outline of what will be built into the buildings. And there's also, you can go to RioCan, and on their website they have an ESG report as well. So this is a concept drawing for the duplexes we're proposing to build. With a bit of a modern edge to them. There are 36 2-story townhouses. They're lower scale, closer to the family neighborhood. Heated garages. All homes will be 3 bedrooms with 2.5 baths. Open concept living and dining. Spacious family rooms. Modern contemporary materials and finish. Sustainable building features, which again, if you go to the website, it'll give you a pretty good picture of it. Sherwood Crossing is a proposed building that we would look there. We have had some contact within the community in terms of providing some health related prospects for the development. This gives you a kind of a perspective to tie it in as a turnkey development where everything fits from a scale perspective. This is what the building would look like from an actual street vantage point on Mount Edward Road in terms of how far it would be set back and the scale of it in relationship to the site. It's a 1-story multi-unit community health care and wellness facility within walking distance from multiple neighborhoods, spacious parking, modern contemporary materials, sustainable features. Here's just some what we believe are the facts about the development. It contributes to the city's troubling vacancy rate and adds more housing choices for the neighborhood. Provides quality market, senior-friendly and affordable housing close to shopping centers, educational, health centers, public transit, and parks. It discourages further urban sprawl and spreads population growth more equitably across the city. Located on the edge of Sherwood, away from the more established areas. The exits for the apartment complex go into the commercial corridor. Stabilizes the infrastructure cost by utilizing existing resources, encourages business growth and economic development, establishes community health and wellness centers within a walkable distance from areas not currently serviced by one, provides public green space with access to the Confederation Trail, independent traffic study with excellent to good levels of service has been done, and these are done by professionals. It's a $60 million capital project at the least that provides a tax investment to the city. It creates construction and development jobs for design firms, contractors, tradespeople, engineers. It contributes to the local business that includes lawn care and landscaping, building maintenance contracts, building supply companies, local retailers, furniture stores, grocery stores, so on. But what it really does for us in terms of an investment, it reinforces our mall. It brings the neighborhood to our center and helps us reinforce the strength of our shopping center. It provides affordable housing, which will all be done to CMHC standards, senior-friendly housing, and single-family housing. This development, although led by us, APM, which is a private company, it's traditional that similar to the shorefront project that we're doing in Stratford. We're the lead. We're the people that go out and enter into the development agreements and negotiate all the terms, do the designs in conjunction with local architects and engineers, and we deliver up and build the project, and we assign it over to our partners here in this venture. And that's very typical of what has happened in the 20 years that I've been developing, particularly with Killam. We're over 20 years old as a startup, and we live here. We're proud of what we built here. On that link, there's letters of support from 40 businesses in this community that are within the neighborhood. Our own business, we have 15 people that live in the Sherwood Marketplace. We have people that grew up there, born there, lived there, and we want them to have options to continue to be there. In terms of timing, when we made this presentation originally to Planning Board, there was a discussion that we're moving too fast here. We entered this agreement with the buyer, or the person that we're buying the property from, in September. We had numerous meetings with the city to talk about scale and about density. And in this particular project, in 14 acres, if we were in another market, we could put up to 1,000 units on the site. In this particular case, we're at about the 350 threshold, which is about a third of where we could develop in other markets. Even in this Charlottetown's existing bylaws, we could get it up to over 500 units on the site. And we're coming into the site, stepping down the density and the project. I'm just going to move back here. I'm going to ask Ian Harper, who is our Vice President of Engineering, just to speak about the project for a second, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Ian Harper, and I'm APM's Vice President of Engineering. As a professional, I am a professional engineer, and I've been with APM for roughly 26 years. I've been involved as the designer and project manager in hundreds of projects on Prince Edward Island and throughout the Atlantic provinces. In my role as the VP of Engineering, I manage APM's design department, which prepares complete development, planning, and building designs. I've reviewed the project details and find that this development is fairly straightforward from an engineering standpoint. There's existing water and sanitary sewer services available at the site, and there's also the existing road system that goes around the site. And this will be improved with the new connection between Spencer Drive and Towers Road. As Tim mentioned, we are presently working with the city to allow this connection between Spencer Drive and the Towers Road. My understanding is that the city has tendered that. I've seen the drawings, and it'll be a large improvement for traffic in the entire area. On our development plan, as Tim mentioned, we decided to split our accesses between the Towers Road and Spencer Drive. And we directed what we thought would be the larger source of traffic towards Spencer Drive to try to minimize what we send back up to Mount Edward Road. The street access for the apartment units has been placed, the street access for the lower density townhouses has been placed on Towers Road. As Tim mentioned in his presentation, we hired Don Good of EXP Engineering to perform a traffic study. And we've got a long history with Don. We've worked with him for since the early 1990s. And as Tim mentioned, he has a master's degree in traffic engineering and is highly recognized as a leader in his field. EXP's report anticipates excellent to good level of service on the proposed driveways for the residential development and the proposed medical center. The developers RioCan and Killam Properties are both in the business of creating high-quality retail developments and residential developments, It's our sincere pleasure to help them with this development, as we can be assured that they will want to develop a quality end product.
Thank you, Ian. So to close up, I just want to reiterate that we've been working with this project for well over a year. The patients from the people we're purchasing it from, we've had to get 3 extensions because of COVID and because of not being able to get in front of planning board and the public. And we've spent a lot of time on the detail and the engineering component of the building. We've done soils tests, engineering tests, all that suitability issue. And we'd like to present it to council and hopefully enter into a development agreement to see that we live by the terms of what is set out in our proposal. So at this point, I'd like to move to answer any questions that either council or the public generally would like to have about the project.
Thank you, Mr. Banks, and thank you, Ian, very much. We're going to open the mic up first, and I know that Mr. Banks or Ian could answer each question, but could we try to group some of them, because we have another presentation following this one? Sure. Just to, to provide some time for the next presentation. We have 2 mics. We do have wipes and hand sanitizers, and also mask if you wish to take one. So please state your name, where you're from. You can say you're from Charlottetown. You can give your address, but we just like to know what part of the island. So the mics are open. Please come up to the mic.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Robert Campbell. I live at 18 Michelle Crescent, which is in the subdivision that runs from Matterwood Road down Towers Road. I'm directing this to the council primarily because it's going to eventually be your decision. But I want to thank Mr. Banks and his group. I think it's a great idea. We do need housing. I'm not against that. I think it's a wonderful project. My problem, and the problem of many of us that are in the subdivision area, is a traffic flow from around by the Cineplex, which is going to be blocked off. So basically it comes down Spencer, turns and goes across towards the trail or towards the university and up Towers Road. Now I have sent video to Councillor Duffy that I've taken on several different occasions, and the amount of traffic that goes through there is phenomenal. That's without this project. And I'm not against the project. What I'm opposing is that you come up Spencer and that stops. It doesn't continue on anywhere. We have enough traffic. I've seen traffic backed up to the Mount, and that's not an exaggeration. Now, mind you, there's an event going on. This is several times that this has happened, that people are trying to get in by the mall. The traffic is actually backed up over the hill down to the Mount. You can't get out, you can't get in, unless someone's generous enough to, but they're all trying to catch the light. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get out of this traffic. I would want to see the city extend Spencer right up to Matterwood Road. Now, if that meant that near the end of Spencer, it had to have a little turn in it or whatever to catch Ash Drive and put lights in there. We cannot be trapped in that area that we're in. I think that's what I'm looking for, and I would hope that Mr. Banks would be for that, and I would like to see that part before the development is authorized. I would like to see City Council say, yes, when he starts this project, the extension to that road's going in. Yeah. Otherwise, I think you're going to have a big problem with citizens trying to oppose it, simply for that traffic reason. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the floor?
Hi, everyone. My name is Ainsley Kendrick, and I'm with the PEI Fight for Affordable Housing Group. So my question is more directed to Mr. Banks and focuses more on the affordability of the units that you are proposing. I'm curious if you have any idea about what the rents are going to be, and also specifically to the affordable units that are being built. I'd like to get a better understanding of why they're segregated, why you've decided that one building will be deemed affordable as opposed to having mixed use among the buildings.
Okay, so I own the track record for building affordable houses in this province. And when I say that, I currently have 45 units under construction in Montague, 30 of which are affordable through an agreement with the province of Prince Edward Island for 25 years. I have over in Stratford another building that is 61 units that have 30 affordable units that's under agreement with the province for 25 years. And the other 31 are marketable units within the same building. And the one in Montague is very similar. There's 30 affordable units with 15 marketable units. We also have a project that we're leading on Acadian Drive for King Square Housing Corporation that we're the developer and lead on it. And there are 60 units there, 50 of which are affordable, 10 of which are market units within the building. In this particular situation here, the way our design is that to build affordable housing, we can't put underground parking in it. because it costs too much. The affordable units that are in those other 3 areas that I've told you, in addition to the building we're building on Richmond Street as well, which has 23 affordable units in it. We don't have their market rents set yet. We have an agreement with the province, and the people that are going to occupy them, they deal directly with the province, and there's an arrangement whereby they pay a certain percentage of their income for that affordable unit. So in the case here, to kind of answer the question, we have an economic plan here. We know that it's going to cost us about $260,000 a door for the marketable units to build, and it's going to cost us about $210,000 a door for the affordable units. And so it's just an economic math problem when you come to the end of the day, is how do we get it there? And there's a set of guidelines set down by CMHC. They're under their website to determine what is an affordable housing unit, and that'll be part in our development agreement. We hope that the flexibility within our development agreement may allow us to segregate affordables and markets together. We don't know yet. What we're saying is we're going to build 316 units on the site. You don't have to mark it down. They're on the public record right there. You can print it off, you can hold it, as the city do with all their development agreements on comprehensive development land. They bind us to our presentation, to our plan, and we have to come forward with it.
Is it okay to ask follow-up?
Yeah.
Pardon me?
Is it okay to ask follow-up
Yes,
questions?
yeah.
I'm just curious if the affordable units that you're talking about, they're in agreement with the province. So are you working within the affordable housing program that exists currently?
At this particular junction, because of COVID, they've frozen the program, as I understand it. But we are talking to them and always in dialogue with them. Mm-hmm. And we're also working on another project in another community that, even though they're frozen, we're developing with them. And that's our track record. And if anybody's going to get it done, we're going to get it done.
So just so I understand correctly, that conversation hasn't officially taken place with the province about making those...
Not specifically on this project. But we have met with them on this specific project and within the market area of this project about affordable housing. Yes, it has happened.
It has happened.
Yeah.
Okay. And can you just one more question? Sorry. Can you further explain why you're not mixing the affordable with the market rent?
Well, the same as we did in North River Road. We built 49 units on one side of the property and 49 on the other side. And the standard for a 2-bedroom is 860 square feet for an affordable unit. That's set out by CMHC and by the province standards. And the market rent units are generally 1,000 to 50 square feet. And it's like a concrete block. When you put one on top of the other, the 860 doesn't fit on the 850, so all the plumbing. So from a cost perspective, it's a lot easier to build the affordable units all within one building because of the scale. If we start mixing them up, it drives the capital cost up and drives the tenant's rent up. So it is an economic issue and an engineering issue. So in the case of, although when you drive by North River Road and you look at the 2 buildings from the outside, they're exactly the same. Nobody's discriminating against who's in which one. It's just to deal with the size. And the size is the economics.
Okay.
So that in Montague, for example, our 45-unit building, the 15 marketable units are actually going to be the size of the affordable units. Mm-hmm. Same as in our building in Stratford. But here, I don't know if we could demonstrate that within, so we're just isolating the 60 units at this point.
Okay. I don't want to take up more time, but are you still accepting questions? Because I have a ton more for you.
Oh, like
By email?
my office is open every day.
All right, thank you.
And I'm there from about 10 o'clock. I don't get up very early, and I'm out of there at 3 o'clock. So,
Okay.
but Monday to Friday, you can find me.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. And just before you speak, do you want to address, Mr. Banks, do you want to address Mr. Campbell's question about Spencer Drive before we go on?
Well, I think it was the city who talked about that. I'm just going to take. I think what he's speaking of is this parcel right here, being able to connect with Ash Drive.
Correct.
We're a developer, and we've optioned the 14 acres. This is an existing business, and somebody would have to, deal with that to purchase it. But this development of ours is not going to happen if that's a condition. And in fact, we've reserved out the land, and if the city come to us someday to take the land or want the land, we're not going to, refuse them. We'll turn it over to the city if they want to do that connection. But the city are also looking at, from what I understand from their traffic engineer, of possibly developing out through this way as well. So I think that's why they reserved it, but I can't answer it for you. But on the table, we're one of the few companies in the COVID period that's going on who will actually execute this development.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. Sir, could you please state your name?
Yes. My name is Stephen Bowie. I live on Connemore Drive in Sherwood. I emailed both Jason Cody and Melissa Hilton a long time ago and many times about a sidewalk going down Tower Road. And they said the city owned the property in the former golfing range. Of course, nobody ever did anything about it. And it is an unsafe road to walk down. I used to walk down it when the golfing range was there. I no longer would trust to walk down it because it is dangerous. And I echo the gentleman's sentiments. That is a busy, busy, busy road. Putting a medical center at the corner of Tower Road and Mount Edward Road is ridiculous. I pass that corner every day. There is no way you can have people coming in and out of there. It looks very attractive on your diagram. Your publicity department has done an excellent job, but it will not function well. And the traffic is an issue. I don't care who did the study. You can't just say the traffic in one location is a problem. The Mount on Mount Edward Road has significantly increased the amount of traffic already. They are advertising 10,000 square feet, their top fourth floor, for a tenant. That is going to increase further the traffic on Mount Edward Road. The development opposite, the one you want to do, has also increased the traffic. It is unbelievable. You used to be able to walk down the road and just a few cars pass. Now it is nonstop. So you can't say do a study on one development. You have to take into account what's going on at the Mount, what's going on Pine Drive where the new apartment building's going in, what is happening with all the stuff that's going on out beyond that, north of that, in Winslow. There's tons and tons of stuff being built by the liquor store up there. Where's all that traffic going to go? There is no new infrastructure to handle that. I talked to you about that, Mr. Mayor, when you came to my house to try and be elected, and I did vote for you, and you said that it was something that you would be very wary of and you were very interested in, and I hope you will take that into consideration. And that's what I have to say, and thank you for listening.
Just before you go, Mr. Bowie, there is a proposed active transportation pathway that we're looking at for the Towers Road, which would be for cycling, walking, and rollerblading and so forth. But that's part of the plan. And
I hope that will be more than looked into.
Yeah.
I hope that will come to fruition. And I am not against your development.
No. We do have the drawings for that,
Yeah,
proposed.
and I also think, just if I may, saying that you can put 500 units in there if you wanted to is disingenuous, because the fact is that would be too many and you know it wouldn't get approved. So I just, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowie. And-
Can I speak
Yes,
to?
you can, Mr. Banks.
The traffic study that we have done and is part of the public record that you can look at incorporates some of the growth that he speaks about. I might add that the chair of or the director of planning is here this evening, and the city themselves have done a more global traffic study of the whole general area, and their consultant and our consultant have been talking back and forth, and that was part of what was done within the traffic study to look at the growth of that specific area. So I do know that the engineer drawings for the public road have been completed in dealing with Scott Adams, the manager of city planning, and I've also seen the drawings for Towers Road that has the bike path and the walking lane, and I've seen all those drawings, so I know it's part of the execution.
Yes. And just before we go on, I'd like to mention that Minister Natalie Jameson is here, who's also Minister responsible for Charlottetown, so welcome, Minister. So the mics are open.
Joan Cumming.
Okay.
I'm from Charlottetown. I sent you a letter already to express my concern about, not particularly this development, but what I'm saying is are we sure that the rapid growth that Charlottetown is now experiencing will not overstress our water and sewer systems? The changing population density all over the city is going from residential to, from low density to high density. You drive down roads and every time you turn a corner, there's a new apartment building going up. You see 3 empty lots somewhere and you think somebody will be developing that pretty shortly. And I'm just wondering that I'm thinking this is a challenge for the future. With all these amendments and these rezonings, are plans for city growth sustainable? Do we have systems in place that for a long time from now are going to be able to handle all of this growth? We've already got water restrictions. It's in the summer, it's a dry summer this year. The cruise ship business is going to be expanding because they've got those new docks along the waterfront and they tap into our water. And we have firefighting needs that are there in the summer. And I'm just concerned that the population of the city hasn't got a ceiling somewhere that people are looking at, because can this go on forever? In 2016, the last official count for the population of Charlottetown was 36,000 plus a few. And then when your website was put up, I don't know when that was, but it says on the website it's now 40,500, so that's an increase of 4,000 people. So are you all, councillors, happy with the current supply of water from the Winter River watershed and from the Milton Vale wellfield? And do you think it's going to be able to keep up with the development that's going on right now? Farmers are going to be competing for water. You can hear that all the time. They want water for irrigation. And I'm just wondering if this interconnection that is planned between Charlottetown and Stratford and Cornwall are going to be, that water interconnection is going to be enough to keep us all happy, and that we're not going to be turning our taps on and finding we've got a little dribble coming out instead of a really good flow of water for a shower. So, and then the sewage issue, Stratford is the fastest growing community in PEI, and it's going to be sending its sewage over to us across the river. So is the upgrade of the Charlottetown system going to handle the stress that all of this is putting on? Because, you know, you're going to have a new hospital that's going to be built, and the UPI is putting up a new residence, and then there's that other apartment building that just showed up behind the Charlottetown Mall. So, you know, it's getting to be alarming, I think. I just want to be comforted that you know that we're not going to run into difficulties with these issues in the near future, even down the road, or have you got a plan for later down the road? What kind of population can our system support? Does anybody have any idea?
Joan, I can tell you that as a member of the Planning Board, also a member of the Water and Sewer Standing Committee, that every due consideration is taken into the planning of where we go with the future of this city. And I know that we have experts in our water and sewer department, just like we do in the planning and development department. So we try to keep working with those models and continue to work with our sister communities, the town of Stratford and the town of Cornwall.
Right, but you know that we're still having problems. I mean, we're still restricted during the summer. You still go past the sewage plant and you get that smell. There's still closures of fishing in the Hillsborough River because of contamination. So, you know, like, is that all going to go away?
Well, with the closing of the Stratford Sewage Lagoon and directing that wastewater over to the Charlottetown Wastewater Treatment Plant, when we met with the inshore fishers about a week ago, the fisheries has increased dramatically since the decommission of the East Royalty Sewage Lagoon.
Right.
Now with the Stratford Sewage Lagoon transmitting over to where we have two primary and secondary treatment system, I think they're quite pleased that we're going to looking at a better future, and hopefully down the road we can bring Cornwall on board so that those two sewage lagoons that exist in Cornwall will be part of our wastewater treatment system here in the city of Charlottetown. So the planning is going on, but do you have a question directly for Mr. Banks regarding his development?
No, actually, I'm very impressed with what he's proposing, but I'm just saying that and he probably thinks of this too, don't you, Mr. Banks, when you're planning to move into an area that you hope that you don't run out of water for the tenants in there? Because I am concerned. Every time I see a new building up, I think, where's the water coming from? It used to be, where's the parking going to be? But now it's where's the water coming from? Councillor MacLeod, are you in charge of the Water and Sewer Committee? No, is there somebody in charge?
No.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Cody.
It's the Deputy Mayor.
Okay, did you have any opportunity to look at my letter and maybe answer some of my questions? Okay, well, not tonight because we're pushed for time, but I'd sure appreciate your input if you would like to give it to me. I'd sleep better at night. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan.
I can tell you, Joan, I can tell you this. Whenever the Milton well field was built, so we wanted to take pressure off the Winter River watershed. So the Milton watershed, now that it's up and running, it took 30% of the water off the Winter River well field. But right now, with we call it, we have in our house now, the water,
Water conservation?
the meters, thank you.
Yeah, water conservation
With
program.
with the water meters and so on. So this year, we've used less water than we did in 2010. And if you look at the growth the city has had since 2010, so we're ahead. So that third well field that we were going to build is on hold right now because we're using less water than we had for 10 years ago. Yeah. A lot of times good news doesn't get out there. Now, I could tell you the sewage plant, when we reconstructed that, and I think it was around 2010, when it was expanded to handle the growth of Charlottetown for the next 50 years. Now, with Stratford coming on board, that throws off that growth chart, and it's being upgraded now, again, to be handling the future wastewater and for Stratford. So just to put your mind at ease, the sewer and water is in good shape.
Yeah.
McEwen.
Yeah.
Sure. So when you get the heavy rainfall, yeah, sometimes it is a release from
Yeah.
the plant into the water is what he's talking about.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you,
problem,
Joan. Next speaker.
Barbara Dilla from Charlottetown. I'd like to know, Mr. Banks, how many parking spots are allotted per townhouse?
For a townhouse, I'd have to, I think 4.
4 parking spots per townhouse?
Yes.
And how many parking spots are allocated for the underground parking for the 3 buildings, correct? Will have underground parking?
2 of the buildings for sure will have underground parking.
Which
And
2 would those be?
The 288 unit.
288, okay.
Yeah, so basically our parking density will be 50% more than is set out by the municipal standards. So we're actually going 50% more than is set within the city bylaws.
So the 88-unit building would have how many spots?
I think there's 760 spots on the site. I could be wrong. I don't have that number right in front of me, but I can get it to you for sure, and I'll have it amended tomorrow and put on the site.
I'll look on the site. And the outdoor parking would be how many spots?
No, that'll be in conjunction with the outdoor parking.
Okay, and then perhaps, Mr. Harper, could you indicate somewhere, or would you know, what the percentage of the parking areas are? So I guess that would be all the gray on there? What that would be of the 14 acres?
We could get that for you as well.
Thank you.
No problem. We'll publish it on the site. It'll be amended to our drawing.
And your site, Mr. Banks, is apm.ca?
APM.ca.
Okay.
But it'll probably, I'll be shooting it out through social media. You find me in 3 different sites. I'll have it everywhere.
Thank you, sir.
You can open it up. You can open it up right now, the presentation.
Okay. Next speaker.
Yes, hello, good evening. It's Andrea Battison from Charlottetown. I had a few questions as there's no other people in line. One of the things I did want to mention is that very gratefully we were all provided with a rather hefty copy of the letters in support or for and against this project. And I'm familiar with planning board meetings where they tend to list the number of letters for and against and rarely go into the details about those letters. Either to save time, I could just summarize that of this rather hefty package, the majority of these are from people who are signing themselves, affiliating themselves with building companies, construction, plumbing, heating, electric, furniture stores, oil companies. That's the bulk of this here, and they're generally all saying it will be great economic boon for the community, which I expect that in some sense that is true. Although my question that I would really like the planning board and council to consider is, what is the purpose of a housing project? Is it to meet the needs of the community at the time, or is it to provide an economic boost? I'll also note that there are about 4 letters in here which actually are written by residents of the city who have rather significant concerns about what is happening with the project and how it can impact the local environment. And those letters tend to dovetail with some of my concerns, so I'd like to just summarize those in some quick points. One of them is, if we look at the Confederation Trail, which is an extremely well-used public open space, it's encouraged to be used by the community, it's advertised, and what I'm seeing in this drawing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the single access road to these 318 units?
16.
16,
yeah.
okay, is crossing that Confederation Trail. So at periods of high peak traffic, mornings and evenings, which I don't know the times of use for the trail, but I suspect there's a lot of morning joggers and walkers and cyclists, and they are now going to be experiencing extreme levels of traffic crossing that trail. It's already quite bad behind the mall. trying to get into the Charlottetown Mall. So I would ask council to consider the impact on the open space and the Confederation Trail in that area. I would also ask Mr. Banks if you did point out a list of some energy efficiencies that your building is incorporating, which is always admirable. I'd also like to ask you, though, when I'm looking at the City of Charlottetown Community Energy Plan, which has been put together by the city after public consultation, and it has targets for 2050 that says for the community as a whole to have greenhouse gas emission reductions of 50 to 65% relative to 2015 levels by 2030. I'm assuming that you expect that building to still be functioning in 2030. And so I'm wondering if your engineers or construction people have been able to calculate how much energy efficiency and energy saving, greenhouse gas emission savings in conjunction with the community energy plan, your points that you've listed will contribute. All right, do you have those numbers?
Well, what I do have is a lot of experience in that aspect of building. Like I said, on our website is our environmental and social governance plan. Inside of it, you'll find 24 pages of how we deal with that. Our buildings will be way beyond the existing marketplace of what's being built there today, out in the marketplace. The quality related to the energy efficiency as it goes to the R factors in the roof and the walls and on the window glazings and things like that are all a component of it. The mechanical component of the building will be treated the same way. What the issue here is very simple in our marketplace. We can talk about that where it's going to be, but we have 1,200 units on Prince Edward Island, and we have no vacancies, and we have people looking in some of our properties, lists of 30 to 40 people in wait lists, and people are looking for housing and looking for homes. And if we continue to build them out into rural Prince Edward Island and let these projects go out there, we're just treating the environment more harshly. When we have the central infrastructure in our city in place now, and we can work with it. And so if you want to come into our office and give us your specific questions, like,
I think I've given you my question, thank you.
yeah, will our building be? I don't know. I can't answer that for you.
Well,
but what I can tell you, we're way above what's happening in the marketplace.
Okay, that is the marketplace, although I would
Well,
have...
that like what the city sets out and what the marketplace will absorb in terms of development costs to be able to rent the building is two different things. And we'll do our very best.
Okay, I appreciate that you're coming from a developer. And as we are here at a public consultation meeting for City Council to take input from the community, I would strongly recommend or request that City Council and Planning Board, when they are adopting and looking at this project, look at their community energy plan, where it says that you will encourage developers to work towards net zero by 2030, because that is the goal of this city. And while it is a development and for housing, I really think that the city should work towards its goals and encourage its developers that wish to develop in the city to meet those goals as the community goes towards energy efficiency and net zero. Wasn't able to clearly read your list, Mr. Banks. Was there any use of solar panels, heat pumps, underground water
so if you
heating
look
for these
at
buildings?
if you look at our ESG program, over in Stratford, the new building we're building there is all solar panels.
Okay.
On this site here, we're going to do the wells, geothermal wells on the project. That's outlined in our ESG reports. So we'll be taking all those things into consideration when we develop the project.
Okay. No other lineup?
And the new building, commercially, we're building a new 110,000 square foot storage facility in over in the West Royalty Business Park. And in that case there, we've spent $290,000 putting solar panels on the roof, and they're telling us our payback's going to be like 16 years, but we're still doing it because we're a responsible company and we're trying to get our carbon footprint down.
Great. Have you ever considered solar panels on the Charlottetown Mall roof?
Yes, we're actually doing a study on that right now.
Excellent.
Okay.
So another question, there's no one behind me.
And we've done that to a lot of our buildings. We've done both wind and photovoltaics.
Okay.
Andrea,
Yep.
can you just move your mic up so...
Ooh, it's never too short for me. That's
No.
crazy. All right. My last question is to City Council.
Just before you ask that question, I know working with our Environment and Sustainability Department and Ramona Doyle, yes, the goal is to look at construction meeting that net zero goal, but I know we're looking at many other components that are working towards the ideal of net zero, which is using energy efficiency systems, solar panels, geothermal, and so forth. So everything is going towards a very progressive stage.
All right, so that's fine. The last main point that I'd like to ask is a lot of this development that's been going on in the city, it's a moving target, is citing, oops, I'm not that tall. They're citing the reports that the vacancy rate is very low and we are short of housing. Now, I'm not disputing that, but I'd like to know, when was the last housing survey done in Charlottetown?
Yeah, it would have been released by CMHC in the fall.
Fall of
last year.
2019?
Yeah, which showed a 1.3% vacancy rate for Charlottetown and 1.2 vacancy rate for Charlotte, or for the rest of Prince Edward Island.
Okay, thank you. And roughly, would you know how many units that might translate into? 1.3 vacancy rate, so where you take a population of 40,000
I have the numbers in an
times
email
1.3.
that I can forward to you.
Okay.
I don't have it right at my fingertips, but I can get you that info though.
Okay.
Your Worship, just on a point of order, we're here to get information from the general public.
Yeah.
We're not here to provide information.
No,
so
I'm sorry, but the question
Your
is
Worship,
related to
I
that.
say she's out of order.
Yeah. Can we just finish up? Is that...
Yep, that's fine. My question would be, this housing development with its 316 units, how many units does that provide for the city, given that since 2019 in the fall there was a vacancy rate and the city has approved a lot of other building units, and I'm wondering how this works into that.
We will work with our director or manager of planning, and he can put those numbers together and forward them to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's my main questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, thanks, council members and Mr. Banks. My name is Diane. I'm also with the Fight for Affordable Housing. I just have a question, and a few people have already touched on it. We obviously have a low vacancy rate as of the fall. Housing is a necessary issue, and I do appreciate the challenges that you all face. I'm hearing environmental impacts and traffic, and all of those are very concerning issues. However, affordable housing is also a really concerning issue. So my question to Mr. Banks is, what's the priority on the affordable units? Are they the first to be built, the last to be built? I know that units in general are needed in the city, but more specifically, the affordable units, when do you expect them to be on the market? And to further the point of the last speaker, or the last question, what kind of impact is that going to have towards our city's current waiting list for the subsidies out there for our citizens for the access to the affordable housing?
Well, I think the first to answer on the affordable side of it, the province has the PEI Housing Authority. They've done a really decent job in the last year of bringing projects that are going to be having occupancies starting in October. There's more coming online in November, more coming online in December, and some more coming online in January. And when I say online, I mean the doors are physically going to be opening. And in this market area, they've already opened some over in the Sherwood node by Kentucky Fried Chicken. I think there's 40 units there. So in the greater Charlottetown node, there will be approximately 120 more affordable housing units put on the marketplace. And I would suspect going forward, we're looking at doing roughly 20% of our units as affordable. So I would say as the development proceeds, gets developed, we'll try to keep that number in mind as we build out. Our project here is based upon an investment that would probably take us 5 to 7 years to fully implement. So I can't specifically answer it for you, but my heart, and I've worked hard this year to make affordable housing work. The return on it is not very good, but we've been doing it. We're committed to doing it. So.
Okay, and your second question, can you just repeat that, please?
Yeah, I was just trying to see if this is going, what kind of impact this specific development and the further developments that Mr. Banks is referring to in terms of impacting the housing shortage for specifically for affordable units.
Yeah. Anything that adds to the non-market value housing situation is always a big help. But to follow up what Andrea Battison asked, we'll be trying to get those numbers together. And if you could leave your email with us, there's Ellen that's over there. They can just leave it with her, and we'll pass it on to you.
And if I could just add on there too, that what we're not looking forward to, or we are looking forward as a community, but what I'm saying is we're getting a lot of inquiries from people that want to come home to Prince Edward Island, and they want to move to Charlottetown and close proximity. So there's going to be some growth that we're not seeing in the marketplace today, all related to how well our province has operated from a safety perspective, how the government of the day has handled it, and out there in the community where I work, which is across the country, we have a very good reputation out there, and we're going to get the benefits of that, and we need housing stock. So,
thank you, Mr. Banks. Sir, just introduce yourself, please.
Ryan Pino, 71 Mount Edward Road. I'm a partner with Grant Thornton, and I also own 4 rental properties at 257, 261, 263, and 269 Mount Edward Road, right beside the property. I just want to commend Tim on a beautiful project. I think it brings a lot to the area. Many of those letters of support within the package would be from businesses we deal with, and everybody in the business community is very supportive of that. I think this project will turn a space that right now is underutilized and is actually being utilized. If anybody actually has walked that property right now, it's kind of infilled with a number of backfill loads of topsoil, and there's actually a bunch of tents and homeless people that have been living in there, and I think it'd be a nice touch to have that cleaned up. My question, Tim, and it may be on the site in terms of this package, the Spencer Drive extension that you guys are going to do into the development, how far in are you going before kind of that cutoff to turn it over to the city?
Okay, so you're talking here?
Yeah.
We're going into here with our phase development. So we're going to build the road to here, and we've been looking.
And then it's that next piece that's to go over to the city?
Pardon me?
And that next piece beyond that is the land that's...
the whole thing will eventually be turned over to the city, that whole parcel.
Perfect. That's all I was looking for.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pino. Okay. We do have a couple of people, participants on WebEx, but no questions from them. Ma'am, can you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, my name is Donna Corbett, and we have the property on Mount Edward Road from 247 Mount Edward Road to 251, and I'm representing my brother too tonight here, David Corbett. And we have no problem with Tim Banks putting up what he's putting up. We're very pleased with you, because we own the next 2 properties next to you. And I go in and out of my driveway of my parents' place every day, and I do not have a problem getting in and out. And the same as my brother. We don't have a problem at all. And I go through Towers parking lot a lot, and I never have to wait. Never. So I have no problems with the developing that's going to go up there. And hopefully it will.
Thank you, Ms. Gorvat. Do we have any more questions? Kane, you're with APM, right? You got a question?
I am. Yes, not a question, no. I just wanted to isolate out a letter here. It was pointed out that a lot of the letters of support were facilitated through contractors, building supply places. I'd like to read this one from Chris Jetty, who's an architect, a planner, a well-known one, by the way. Dear Sir, Madam, I am writing to you as a professional architect who is genuinely concerned about planning, heritage, housing, quality of infrastructure, design, and construction of our built environment. I'm familiar with the proposed Sherwood Crossing development intended to be located on the 14 acres properly located on the north side of Towers Road. Please consider these development considerations. This area in which the site is located functions as a busy residential area with shopping, schools, parks, entertainment, churches, services, and employment facilities all within a few hundred meters of the site. It is a mixed building type neighborhood that are most vibrant and interesting, and they support improved transit systems and encourage pedestrian and bicycle use to access the relatively close neighborhood amenities. This plan is responding to Charlottetown's unprecedented growth, changing demographics, increased demands for housing, growth, and improvements of its transit system, and support for the pedestrians and the bicycles within the neighborhood, lessening the dependence on individual private vehicles. These are the goals in forward-thinking modern development. All of this supports the cases for a sensitive development with reasonable increased density. Charlottetown has experienced rapid growth. As a result, there is significant housing shortage. Laurent Bellew, former city councilor of Charlottetown, calls it a housing crisis and says we have less than 1% available rentals for few houses of sale. This is having an impact on the city and our ability to retain people and bring in investment. Since then, the vacancy rate in Charlottetown has improved, but PEI still has the lowest vacancy rate in Canada, in Canadian provinces. According to the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation's 2019 rental market survey released in January, there is very little vacant land available for development, so it is particularly important that housing densification happens where development is possible. This proposed development is a great opportunity to achieve some much-needed housing. That said, it is of the utmost importance that where there's pressure to develop, that it is done carefully, consideration to the qualities of the area, in a manner that is sensitive to the characteristics that define the area. This is the reason I support the proposed Sherwood Crossing development. The partner developers are well known for creating projects that incorporate high-quality design, construction, and infrastructures into their project. This project, in particular, has a carefully considered mixed use of housing types, building sizes, mix of commercial and residential that supports the community, landscape grounds with ample surface parking and underground parking, and will make an important contribution to the success of the medium density development. There's also another one from Robert Haggis, another architect, with all the same points. So I just wanted to point that out, that again, the support's there. It's supported by businesses. It's supported by planners stating concerns of where the city's been going. It's been going outside and not concentrated inside. And we need to focus a little bit more on that. And Chris used the word densification. And currently everyone's opposed to it. Our bylaws completely just can't be done. It's weighted against it. It's a healthier form of development for a city. All of the cities are doing it. Ottawa, Halifax, Moncton, You can look up any of their bylaws, they're changing, they're allowing for more density. It needs to be considered, and it's a fact that that as well will help, one lady's concerns of, watershed. Again, reutilize these services. Let's not put 400 houses out in a farm, farmland and create more services. We've got to realize efficiencies.
Thank you,
all I
Kane.
have to say.
And Kane, do we have copies of those? Were they submitted?
They were submitted.
They're in the
yes.
package.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you
Thank
just read it on the public record. Thank you. Do you want to say something? Okay. Any more questions for APM, Mr. Banks, Ian Harper? We will follow up with some of the questions that were asked. Right, Mr. Chair?
What about council? Does council have any questions, Mr. Mayor?
Going to ask that right now.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So I'm looking both left and right. We're all right? No.
Okay.
Mr. Banks, very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Ian Harper, thank you. Kane, thank you. And I know Mr. Palmer's also here, so thank you for being here. And your website is apm.ca if anyone wishes to pick up on what was brought up here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. I'm looking at the time. It's 8:19. We have another presentation. And that presentation, the presenters are here. It's regarding the mental health acute care campus concept plan. And do we want to bring them in right now? Is Laurel, are you? Yeah, just one second. Let them come in first. Okay. Mr. Councillor Ramsey's down there enjoying himself. I want to make sure that we can get to this meeting. Thank you, Andrea. So, we may go over the 3 hours for meetings, so I think Councillor Rivard stated that the recess that we took should not be part of the 3-hour mark, so I think we're all right to go ahead. Do you want to introduce the next and the last item? Thank you, Councillor Rivard.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, everyone, for your patience and sticking around. We had a fairly large agenda tonight, and the reason why is that the cost associated to having these public meetings with the current COVID in place and the restrictions is quite expensive. So we didn't have it last month, and we rolled it all over to this month. So just again, thanks everyone for their patience. All right, moving on to the last application. It is 115 Murchison Lane in Deacon Grove Lane. So this is a request to rezone the area around Hillsborough Hospital from Institutional and Business Park Industrial, M3, to Comprehensive Development Area, CDA, to allow for the development of a mental health and acute care campus, as well as a mixed-use development. Now, we do have 3 representatives here, Wayne Walker, Philip Jefferson, and Rob LeBlanc, who will be presenting. So we're going to turn it over to you, Rob, right away, and let you go ahead and present, and then we'll open the floor for questions after.
Great, thank you very much. And it is wonderful to be back at a public meeting. And thanks to members of council and staff for having us tonight. And we're excited to present this plan. And I know you're going to want to see it. We're going to walk through this relatively quickly. I know it's getting late, and that will offer some time for questions at the end. But we're going to review the current zoning that's on the property. I'm going to show you the proposed development and what's proposed and why we're requesting this rezoning change. And then perhaps we'll have a little bit of time to talk about next steps and where we go from here. So the property is really, there's 2 parcels that are involved. The larger of the 2 parcels owned by the province, and a second parcel which is owned by the PEI Housing Corporation. And the intention is that when the current Hillsborough Hospital is closed, that parcel of land would be passed back over to the province. We've got roughly 79 acres of land, so it's a very big site on the river. It's a service site, and so we'll walk you through some of the rationale for that tonight, and we've got a letter of support from the PEI Housing Corporation in regard to this change in submission. So just to give you kind of an overview, I wanted to take a second and let you know where we're at. So this is the Trans-Canada Highway, the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, the river, of course. Murchison Drive runs up and around, Acadian Drive and Patterson Drive. And the L'École, the school, is up on the north of this plan. So really we're talking about an area that encompasses that roughly 80 acres. It runs along a line, something like that. And I'll be talking in a little bit more detail about that. So the current zoning on the property, there are 2 zones. So institutional zone, which sits to the north and to the south. And there's a business park industrial zone, or an M3 zone, that runs through the middle of the property. And that M3 zone accommodates uses like automobile body shops, automobile sales and repairs, light manufacturing, marijuana production facility, police station, hotel. So those are the current uses that are allowed under that zone. And what we're doing is we're looking at a comprehensive development zone which allows some flexibility in the future. It's a 2-stage process, so this tonight is not the last opportunity that you would have to talk about individual building sites. What we're trying to do is to rezone to allow for this concept development plan. The city would be able to go forward then with enter into a development agreement with the province for individual building sites. So the challenge here is that the existing hospital site, which will be demolished in the future to make room for these new institutional facilities, really cuts through the middle of the site. And so the intention here is to leave that facility open until the new facility is built. And so that M3 zone that runs through is really wouldn't allow that to happen. So what we're trying to do is the easiest thing to move forward to allow future development on the site. So we're requesting a change to that CDA zone. There has been about 1.5 years of comprehensive studies, everything from environmental studies to 100-year floodplain studies looking at the future rise of the river and coastal sea level rise. And so on the left-hand diagram that you see here, that blue line is the 100-year floodplain line. So the intention is to stay out of that area. The dark area that you see kind of central in the middle is that mixed Acadian forest, almost old growth. There's some wonderful old species of trees. And of course, the province has no intention of developing in that area. We're going to preserve that area. We're going to preserve the coastline, and we're going to preserve the wetlands that are down by the river. And there are also some service connections that run through the site. And where you see that kind of white line that runs on the diagram, kind of on the other side here, there is an existing sewer and water easement that runs through. And so we've located the road on top of that easement so that we don't have to disturb any more of the site. And we're looking at the area to the north side to do that development. There's also some underground service laterals that will be extended to the new hospital site as well. And we're looking at the major new facility central to the site, good views to the water, up and down the river. It's on a relatively flat spot, which we need for a building of that size, and some smaller buildings kind of to the north. And I'm going to walk you through that plan in a second. So this is the conceptual development plan that we're submitting, which would be part of the CDA application. And that plan shows the new road that extends through on top of the existing sewer and water line. It shows the preserved Acadian forest that's there. It shows which you can't quite see in this line, there's a dashed line showing the existing hospital, which will be demolished at some point in the future. And the province is also committed to preserving the heritage integrity of this property. For those of you that know the history of the site, back in 1879, it was the Falconwood Farm, roughly 120-acre site. And it was the site of the first hospital. I believe this will be either the third or the fourth hospital on this site. And so we're looking at the history of the site and trying to preserve those great stands of trees that are there and allow for a future trail connection through. The Ducks Unlimited stormwater pond, or the wetland that's there, has been preserved, and we're looking at future expansion of stormwater management facilities that will be part of a parkland complex connecting the school all the way along the waterfront and to the existing AT trail system, active transportation system. So on the south side of the road, if we're kind of looking northwest in this diagram, so this is meant to be just kind of a massing that's part of the development concept for the two-story hospital building that will be designed at some point in the future, and several other buildings that I'm going to walk you through here in a second. And the north side of the road is really part of a more comprehensive mixed development plan, and I'll talk about the rationale for that in a second. It's about 12 acres of land, and kind of the new school of thought for these institutions and facilities is not to make them an island unto themselves. It's to have people around them. We don't want to create this institutional island, But making these things work better, the more people you have, the more activity, the more park space will make the facility work better. And so part of the plan is to look like on the north side as a future mixed-use development. So part of that mixed-use development in the current configuration would be in an urban format. The buildings have been pulled up close to the street. That allows each of the individual ground floor units to have exits right out onto the street, and possibility for ground floor commercial uses. What we've done is we've tucked the parking in behind so that you don't see kind of a strip mall feel of parking. So it hides that. We would anticipate in the higher portions of the property, in this diagram, kind of the bottom right corner, we're up high enough that we might get underground parking. So we'd be looking to put as much of that underground as we can as well. So I'm going to walk you through the 4 building complexes that are part of the institutional piece of this. The first one and the largest one would be the mental health and addictions acute care facility. It's about 150,000 square feet. It includes some outdoor garden space that will be kind of an interior courtyard for the facility. It will provide specialized care and long-term treatment and rehabilitation for individuals facing acute or enduring mental illness or cognitive disabilities or psychogeriatric conditions. It will also include skills training and a community gymnasium that's part of the key amenities of that building. In the south of this diagram, kind of the bottom right corner, is the staff parking, and up in the middle would be visitor parking. At the other end of the site, close to Murchison, we have the social housing and extended care housing. So that's going to provide residential accommodations for 12 individuals to replace the aging 6-person facility that's currently there now. And then if we look at the middle section, this is the public social safety and structured housing. And there's 2 buildings there, and it's anticipated that we would have kind of the one off to the left-hand side in this diagram would be residential accommodations for 8 individuals with programming space for up to 12 additional clients. And then to the right side of that is future residential accommodations for 36 individuals. So as part of this plan, we've looked very closely at how to integrate open space, how to preserve the existing forest that's there. You'll notice that part of this plan, we've left the entire waterfront as public, and that's to preserve the heritage landscapes that are currently there and the long-term history of that, to provide public access, and to provide opportunities for managing stormwater runoff from this site so that we're not washing heated effluent from parking lots directly into the river. The road is planned as an urban corridor, and so the current plan is to look at an active transportation trail. So that's a 3.0 meter wide mixed-use trail, so it allows people on bikes and walking to use that trail. There would still be sidewalks anticipated on both sides of the street. We're looking at an urban forest program where we're trying to plant with native species. Again, just taking some of the species that are in the current Acadian forest and bringing those into the site and up along this new urban corridor. We're looking at things like dark sky compliant lighting, and we're looking at all the other environmental features that will come with the future design of these future buildings. We do have our traffic engineer online, Roger. I hope you're there. We're going to try and patch Roger in from Halifax, who will spend a couple of minutes on the traffic aspect of this.
I am here. Just need a quick confirmation that you can hear me.
A-okay, we can hear you good.
Oh, excellent. Well, I appreciate the opportunity. As Rob said, I'd almost like to be there too, just to get into a real meeting with real people again, but suffice we'll do one more this way. I'll maybe from the left side at Riverside Drive over towards the development, we found that the Riverside Drive intersection is fairly robust. We have a fair number of lanes there. Today, we operate somewhere around 50% capacity of that intersection overall. And with a full new development in place 10 years in the future, we go somewhere into the 60, 75% or 60, 70% capacity utilization. So with the existing infrastructure there, that intersection works. If we move towards the west Queen Elizabeth driveway, that's the one that starts to give us a bit of a problem with the 2-lane infrastructure on Murchison Lane and the traffic that we ask to come in and out of that driveway. We start to run ourselves into some issues. So as we look into a 10-year horizon, as this starts to get built out, that intersection does start to run into some issues. So that was identified as an intersection that's going to require some upgrading. That might be traffic signals. It could be a roundabout. It certainly probably at least has the addition of some dedicated turn lanes into and out of the hospital. The east intersection to the hospital is a little bit better off. There's not quite as much volume there. There's a little bit more flexibility, a little more available volume. That one, again, we get up to about 30% overall capacity, but it's really the turns coming out of the hospital that start to get challenged a little bit. But that intersection really functions fairly well in the 10-year horizon, probably with some dedicated turn lanes on Murchison Lane to lessen the impact through traffic. As we start moving into the actual driveways to the development, we see the west access now. We've reconfigured that as a more typical T intersection with stop control coming out of the development site, and we see again that works quite well as a stop controlled intersection well into the future. We get up to about 35-40% of ultimate capacity of that intersection. And kind of the same as we go up towards Patterson Drive and the north/east access. That's currently a 3-leg intersection right now. We'll be adding a 4th leg to that and have the development volumes, certainly a good chunk of the development volumes come through there. But that intersection generally works fine as a 4-leg intersection. It's 2-way stop control most likely on the side legs. And then again, we probably look at dedicated turn lanes at some locations on that intersection to make it work and just make sure our through traffic is unimpeded there. But generally, we see excess capacity there to accommodate more traffic with the major, the major improvements really looking at the Queen Elizabeth east intersection. I'll leave it at that. Now, if there's other questions on this, we can open it up at the end to discuss any other issues for sure.
Thanks, Roger. Please stick around.
I do just have a question there for a sec, if I can. He just ran through that pretty quick.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering, what was the intersection upgrade? What area was he talking about that he feels there should be an intersection upgrade?
So the intersection upgrade I believe Roger was talking about was the actual Queen Elizabeth Hospital intersection that on full build out that starts to see some challenges and we'll need some dedicated turning lanes to make that work.
Okay. So, and what was the conversation on the Patterson Drive intersection?
Patterson Drive, Roger, the question was just about it moving from a 3-lane stop to, I believe, a 4 stop, and that it will accommodate the development.
So I'm not sure what you mean by a three-lane stop.
Right now it has 3, so it's got Murchison coming in from 2 sides, and then it has Patterson coming in. There's 1 stop sign. In the future, it will have 2 stop signs, one for the new road that will come in and extend into Patterson.
Okay, so you're talking about Patterson and then Murchison, where it goes in your new subdivision.
Yeah, that's right. I think the intention is that Murchison continues straight through, and there's stop signs on the new road and the current stop sign on Patterson.
So was there any work done on Patterson Drive up at Southgate, where a lot of the traffic would be going up through Patterson community?
Roger, I'm not sure if you can hear that question.
Yes, the question was whether there's any work done further down Patterson?
Yes, up to where it hits Southgate and goes out onto the bypass highway. So a lot of this traffic obviously is going to be using Patterson Drive that's currently there now.
Sorry, I guess I was just looking for clarification. Yeah, the work that was done here really looked at the Murchison Lane operations with Patterson Drive, the traffic that's coming in and out of there. I know there's been some discussion about alternate traffic arrangements and other connections here. I guess our biggest concern at this stage was whether that intersection has excess capacity to accommodate other levels of future traffic growth under a recommended scenario, and we're seeing that it does have excess capacity there when we put the full development onto it, and we run it as a stop-controlled intersection,
So
which basically saying we don't need signals there, we don't need four-way stops. We can run it as a fairly typical intersection. We also allude, I mean, depending on the intent of some of these intersections, even a roundabout or something like that would function well at this location. But we haven't expanded the analysis too much beyond what our local area is here, other than to say that there certainly is excess capacity to accommodate other traffic here should it be required.
Okay, so.
And I've got 2 more slides left, and then maybe we can open it up to questions. So the actual rezoning request is we're requesting consideration of the CDA zone, and approval of the comprehensive development plan that's been provided. And we are looking to, this has already gone to Heritage Board, it's gone to Planning Board, and there's been support. There's still discussion about the extent of the heritage landscape along the waterfront, and so those discussions will continue as part of this process. And just looking kind of as a last slide, looking at the policy considerations in the official plan, you know, there's a lot of discussion in the official plan about the healthcare being the cornerstone of the community in Charlottetown, and being fortunate to have this first-class public health care system. There's also discussions about the need for housing variety and the need for, in particular, in areas that are serviced with water and sewer like this, are ideal sites for, rather than continuing the sprawl into unserviced lands and eating up agricultural land and farmland. The proposal takes great advantage of this waterfront setting and preserving the public nature of the waterfront, and it's close to and connected to public transit, and it's of course part of the municipal service boundary. So I believe when looking at the official plan, it's in support of that. So there's no need for plan amendments as part of this process. So that concludes the presentation. I will open it up for questions, and if I can't answer them, we've got some other people here on line that can.
Councillor Bernard, could you just, if you have any other further questions, can we just get questions from the floor first? We have 2 mics. If you wish, we have wipes and sanitizer to use to wipe off the mic, so please come up, ask your questions to the presenter himself or the expert online.
Thank you. It's Andrea Battison, Charlottetown. It's on. Quick questions. I noticed that the plan requires demolishing the Hillsborough Hospital.
Yes.
And considering environmental footprints, and it's always more environmentally sensitive to try to reuse, upgrade current buildings rather than put all the energy into building new buildings. I'm wondering if there's any consideration to using or incorporating the current building.
Yeah, I think there was an in-depth analysis done on that existing building. It's a very old building. I think there's the intention to save what we can on it. If there are interpretive components that could be part of kind of the interpretive design of a future building, we would look at that. But there really is no potential for saving the existing building.
Okay. What else? I noticed in your proposal you mentioned that it would fall under the waterfront zone, waterfront zoning. and 6 stories. Did I read that correctly?
No, that wouldn't be part. So the CDA part, the future development, we've had to guess at what that might be at some point in the future. We're showing 6-story buildings right now. They've been designed to an urban standard where we have setbacks after the 3rd story, so it doesn't feel like a 6-story building on the street. And the parking has been pushed in behind. All of the details of that, I'll just remind the people that are here, this is really a 2-stage process. The first is to go through the CDA rezoning process, and then the individual, once we're into the design of individual buildings, that then becomes a process that goes back to planning board for approval. So we'll have another opportunity as we look at the details of those buildings to comment on them.
Okay, so maybe I could ask council if it was waterfront zone, given the current development that's created a lot of interest on downtown waterfront zone going very high, starting with 6 feet and getting, or 6 stories and getting bonus height. I'm wondering if at some point council might consider creating 2 or multiple versions of waterfront zone, depending on whether they abut downtown core.
Andrea, we will be going through an official review of the official plan and the zone and development bylaw, so that will be coming forth in the near future.
Okay. And a quick point, were there any, just as to the last developer, is it too early to ask about what sort of energy efficiency and net zero building components will be part of this development?
Yeah, I mean, that will come at the next stage once the development agreement is developed and as individual building proposals come forward. We'd certainly love to hear your thoughts now, because that would be helpful in fashioning that development agreement.
And the last quick point, I noticed you had a marina indicated there with sailboats as a possibility. You might want to consider that there's a Hillsborough Bridge downstream, and there's not very many sailboats that can actually get under that bridge, especially at high tide. So
I think the artists took license.
Yeah, they'll sail on the north side, and I think that's a proposed floating dock.
Yes,
yes, that's right.
But that is it was listed as a potential marina or boat launch, and if you're going to propose that, you realize it's only really for power boats in that area.
I think once the plan goes through, it would be interesting to kind of sit down with Parks and Recreation Department and talk about a program and the future design of those parks. What this plan allows for is for the full public use of the waterfront, and the program for that is yet to be developed.
And Andrea, it's a conceptual design. It's just to try to get the rezoning done so that the project can start, and there will be future meetings to clarify it.
I was just concerned about what were the height restrictions, if any, in a comprehensive development plan.
That waterfront zone, the port zone, and I don't think will apply here. Are we applying the same one? No, it's not the same one.
No.
That's restricted to Water Street and Haviland.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. Dr. Newman?
The current entrance onto Patterson Drive from the west, off Riverside Drive, off the bypass, is a very dangerous intersection to make a left turn to get to Patterson Drive. There should be nothing to encourage traffic coming down Patterson Drive to get to this development, unless that intersection is totally changed at Riverside Drive. I take it the second row of buildings there are located on what it has been the gravel storage site.
That's right.
Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And the new hospital concept is just south of that?
That's right, yeah. There's a portion, actually the gravel site kind of runs almost through that. It's hard to make this work, but almost through there as well.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Newman. Dr. Newman from Charlottetown. Next speaker, Bonjour, monsieur.
Hi, my name is Emile Gallant. I live in Hillsborough Park, and I'm also the trustee for the French Language School Board for Charlottetown area. I'm not here on behalf of the school board. I'm here on behalf of myself, but also long-term planning committee we have in place at the Carrefour, École France Buot. One of my colleagues also here, Tammy William. The center is a daycare, a school, and also a community center. And presently the school has about 450 students this year. We're planning down the road in the next 5-10 years to probably hit around 700 to 750 students at the school. We're in the process of our long-term plan, and one of the aspects is in regards to building further construction on the building. Basically, there's not much space left on the left, I could say, of the building, going towards the trailer park on the left. Basically, it's where our fence is and the school finished. It's basically swampland there, so there's no space on that end to construct. Our future construction project will happen on where the ball diamond is. The ball diamond will be gone when we start building in the next 2-3 years. I personally support this project, and I have no problem with it. Our concern for us is we would love to, and we know there will be green spaces developed, and we would love to have that the green spaces would be developed where the old salt mine, salt dome was, because that's where the closest to our area, where if green space park area would be beneficial to not only us, but we hope also to the Hillsborough Hospital and also the new apartment buildings being built right across from that area. So that's the space for us. We really would hopefully that the city will look at, and the developers, to try to keep that area as a green space, so everybody can benefit from that area. We myself have asked, and the school board has on several occasions, approached the province in wanting to purchase and acquire that piece of land to be able to keep it as a green space, to be able so that when we build going towards the back, towards the ball diamond, then that space would be left as a green space and can be used by everybody involved and around that community. So that's one of my points that we, as I said, I personally support. I have no problem with this. It's just we would encourage the developers, as I know this is only a zoning meeting, but as the development starts, that to try to look at that area as a possible green park, green area that can be used by the Hillsborough Hospital, but also all those around, being the school and also the residents of Hillsborough Park and the new apartment building being built there. A second point, and I'm hoping that this project will help eliminate this, is that will the city now stop trucking their snow and dumping it and polluting the Hillsborough River? Basically, there's so many trucks going there. I know many people that live in Hillsborough, so I'm just wondering, will this new concept eliminate that road for trucks hauling snow there all winter long?
Merci, Emile. And I did want to respond to both of those. What we're proposing in the plan and one that we've recently developed in St. John is a stormwater wetland for actually dumping snow. We haven't talked about that as a potential use, but they've certainly been designed in the past in Atlantic Canada on several projects rather than just dumping straight salt-laden snow directly into the river. And we'll certainly take into account your considerations of your future development plans as well as we navigate this process. The benefit of having a CDA zone is it allows you the flexibility to look at multiple future options.
And also, Mel, as a CDA, Comprehensive Development Area, any changes to the use requires a public consultation. And as for the snow, Mr. Chair, Public Works, what happens to the, we don't dump our snow in the river.
No, we don't.
No, that stopped many years ago, I think under Councillor Bernard.
Yeah, we're very close at signing with a site around the Charlottetown area. I'm not at liberty tonight to mention the site, but we'll be ready for November.
Yeah, great. Okay.
Quick final question, if I
Do you have a final question?
Yeah, just, I wasn't able to find a definition for comprehensive development area in the city website, or whatever it is for change of rezoning. Could you please describe or define what that allows?
L'école François Biard?
No, the
CDA,
zoning
comprehensive-
definition. I went through the zoning development bylaws
comprehensive
in the
development area.
appendix.
Mr. Chair, do you want to explain it to them?
Laurel, do you, or Alex, do you want to speak to that? You're probably better positioned than I am.
The comprehensive development area zone is one of the zones that's listed within our zoning and development bylaw, and it's an innovative development zone that allows more flexibility for development. The zone doesn't have particular setback requirements or height requirements. That's all dealt with through this process where the developer proceeds with a comprehensive development plan and site planning, and it's what is proposed is basically stipulated within a development agreement that's signed between the developer and the city, and the developer is held to the development agreement. So it's a little bit of a different zone. It allows a little bit more flexibility, but on one end, what's proposed is laid out within a development agreement, which if anything changes after that development agreement is signed, then it has to go back to public meetings or council for approval. Actually, earlier this evening, we had one developer that was here that has a development that was through a development agreement, and she was going to increase her apartment building by 2 units, and she had to come back to a public meeting. So if that gives you an idea, if there's any questions, I can answer.
Andrea, in the zone and development bylaw, it's on page 106. Yeah, no, 106 explains it. Thank you for that question. Any more questions? Stella Newman?
You have a great setup here for COVID. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Stella Newman, now 46 River Ridge Drive, Charlottetown. The Hillsborough Hospital Complex is long overdue for many of our PEI residents suffering from many different inflictions. It is good to see our PEI government is taking this initiative. This has certainly turned out to be the best place to have it. Now, growing up and living in the west end of the inner Charlottetown, a long time ago, from Queen Street west to the river, my only knowledge of this area was a no man's land and the TP, etc., and the different name of the hospital there while growing up, long before the QEH was here. Now, with my retirement in the east end of the city and living in an apartment across from the industrial zone, you wish to rezone it to a comprehensive development zone of the whole large 2 properties. Our city is certainly changing. Those of us now living in the area, and I don't see too many of them here. Anyway, I am sure, like myself, are glad that the gravel pit and the gravel dump trucks working there all night long, clanging and banging when the shiploads of gravel come in are gone. What an absolutely beautiful piece of property this has turned out to be. Many of us are certainly enjoying the view right now of the trees and the river. I know this probably will not be the case always for us. Now, we're talking about changing to a CDA zone. Now, I'm not as familiar with this zone because it's kind of new since my day. And so I wondered if the public would have any more say as to what happens on this new large piece of property. You're telling me that there will be more consultation if there are changes advertised in the Guardian, but I have to tell you, people don't recognize it in the Guardian when you advertise for a city of Charlottetown when you're changing anything. You just have to do more advertising to let people know. Now, I had some things prepared here a little bit, so I may have to cut some of it out. This complex is going to take several years to accomplish?
Yes.
Okay. And now, I am bringing up these questions up only for the future residents in this area. Beside the single-family dwellings up the road on River Ridge Drive, beside our 2 apartment buildings, we have 2 new apartment buildings by Tim Banks, right across from the now industrial zone. They are nearly finished. We have the French school with a lot of school buses. I see them every day. Plus the possibility exists of 2 more large housing units will be going into another open space in front of us. So we're looking at possibly another 54 and another 54 units that are going to be going. Now, it was mentioned to me by City Hall when I called that yes, we've been using the Patterson Drive as a way of going back and forth. But seeing how many buildings are going to be there and how many buildings are going to be utilized in that little area that we have, and I've been meaning to talk to Terry about this, we have no other exit to the bypass, to the hospital, to anywhere except that Patterson Drive intersection. I often wondered if there was another way. I've driven up around, tried to familiarize myself with the neighborhood. I've only been there for 3 years, but I like to know where I live. And so anyway, with these school buses, all of these apartment buildings, it's going to be a headache for somebody. I'm not in a rush, but some people are. And so I really hope that the city looks at that with the planners as to how safely they can make that Patterson Drive. And I feel for the people who live on Patterson Drive. I mean, we go out that way to get to the bypass, to get to the rest of the city. Either that or go around by the Queen Elizabeth Hospital and go out the other way. There are only 2 ways. Anyway, now, safety for the residents within the complex and the residents living outside the complex. Will a mechanism be put in place to assist everyone? Now, in Compass tonight, you didn't hear it because you were here. But now, the jail is so overcrowded they don't know what to do with everybody. Well, I wonder, is this complex going to accommodate that situation? You know, will there be extra put in there? If that's the case, then safety has to be an issue to be addressed. Now, a little bit more. Heaven forbid, should circumstances change any more in the future for any government. I mean, the pressures that are on the government these days is just unreal. City Council, Chairman, do future councils and the PEI government have to adhere to whatever is in today's plan that's there? Meaning for the Mental and Addictions Center, for the Hillsborough Hospital Complex? Or can it be changed without any more public input? And that, I guess, I wrote this before I heard what you said.
Any changes that take place have to come back through public consultation with the CDA zoning. So if they decide to abandon the project and do something different, it has to come back to the public process again, if rezoned to a CDA.
And Stella, section 41, subsection 1, uses permitted in CDA zone shall be those approved by council may include any uses or mix of uses permitted in any zone of this bylaw and innovative mixed-use developments. So, just as the chair said, there's always going to be public consultation.
That includes an awful lot of uses, if I remember.
Yeah.
So
But they have to
I'm
come
just
to-
concerned about that. I'm not going to be there most likely. I'll be in a nursing home by that time. So anyway,
We'll call you in through WebEx.
pardon?
You can call in through WebEx.
I guess, okay, the other thing is, or just voting this to a CDA zone, just saying that it's a CDA zone, will it allow every other kind of use in that zone that's allowed? Why, for example, what if down the road, before the complex is finished, one, the government needs to sell the land, God forbid, to a developer, and two, government wants to put any other use there that falls within section 31.1 of the CDA zone, which allows a lot more uses, just about everything in the bylaw. So I'm just concerned, but you're telling me that you're going to come back, so that's fine. I speak of this now, about these reasons about the CDA zone, so that many of the councillors who are not familiar with town planning have a general idea of what they're up against when they're voting for this particular project. Because I just want to make sure that you have all the I's dotted and the T's crossed for future residents in that area in this new zone. Because I won't be there forever, but there'll be other people that are going to be there for a long time. Now, with all that being stated, I fully support your Hillsborough Hospital complex.
Thank you, Stella. Do you want, Rob, do you want to answer some of the points she made?
Stella, you're a model for engaged citizenry, and thank you for it. No, I look forward to that. But no, thanks for the comments, and we'll take that into consideration.
Thank you, Stella. Any other questions? Councillor Bernard, did you want to bring something up about the situation in Patterson, Pioneer, and so forth?
I do. I just want to make some comments, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Emil, just go.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Emil.
I just wondering timelines in regards to when would we see start of construction? I know this is only rezoning, but what is the province's timelines?
I think the province's intention is these first two smaller buildings would hopefully go out to tender at some point in the next 6 months, I believe. That's the hope. The larger building would take at least 2 years to design and another 2 years to construct. So we're likely 4 years down the road for that. And there's no immediate timeline for anything north.
Thanks, Emil. Councillor Bernard?
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say to Stella there that the CDA zone is the best zone for control for the city, for the residents. First of all, I do want to say it is a great project, there's no question. I think the need is there, and I think the project has been well thought out. My concern is really with traffic and traffic flow. And as Stella alluded to, if you're heading west in Hillsborough Park now, you're using Patterson Drive. So when I hear the traffic study, I think this traffic study was just done on the impact for that particular project. And it didn't seem to incorporate Patterson Drive at all. So the Province is in the process right now of building a 60-unit building and another, I think it's 27 units senior. So there's 87 units coming on stream here pretty soon. So the residential street of Patterson is going to be pretty heavily used. That's why I was asking earlier, did the study go beyond that up to Southgate intersection? we have asked the government to look at one time coming off the Acadian, there's an Acadian street where it comes down from Southgate, yes, right there. That can be used and at least have a slip lane, a right out only. There's a right in coming there now.
Yep.
That lower end of that whole subdivision, all the pressure and all the growth that's going to be continuing there, it's all going to be going up Patterson Drive when you're heading anywhere west. If you want to go to Stratford or downtown, yeah, you'll probably use the intersection by the hospital. That's our only concern, and how to address that. And we've asked government to look at it. I'm not sure if government is looking at it, but it would certainly help this community and all the growth that's going to be occurring, not only from this project, but other growth in that particular area. So Stella, you had mentioned that the city look at it. It's a provincial street. The province has to give us permission to be able to put a street out there. We have talked. Wayne Walker here was very good to give a presentation and a meeting with myself and Greg Rivard a couple of weeks ago, and then there was another tour of the area, and we had talked about that at that point. I hope that the government and the project management will take a serious look at that. If you just look at that project itself, probably not a big impact. But if you look at the project itself, plus the 60 and the 27, so the 87 units coming on stream and future growth, yeah, it's difficult for the people that live in those residential streets. So I just want to put a plug out there that, you know, governments and the program managers get a serious look at that.
Yeah, Councillor Bernard, we'll look into that. I'll get a better answer to that one.
And I think some of the things that weren't mentioned, I think that's good for the community. Is my understanding is the multi-purpose trails that we have now going through by the hospital and up by Hillsborough Hospital, that they'll be able to connect onto that and continue those trails.
Yep.
I think what was brought up here earlier with the sailboats, I mean, I think that's great for the community, and I think it's really for, Wayne, you correct me if I'm wrong, but we're looking at canoes and kayaks and small boats that would access that. So it's a real community focus on this whole campus, which is really nice. So I think it's going to be great for the community, great for the province. So it's just the traffic issue. I hope that can be addressed.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bernard. Doctor?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes?
Another question. Although the planning has not been done yet for the actual hospital building, and you say that that may take 2 years to plan, is there going to be public input into the design of that hospital before we see the fixed plan? Now, I just want to go back a little bit to 1982 and the building off our present Queen Elizabeth Hospital. We were presented with a fixed plan at the end for doctors and nurses to have their input about things that needed to be in the building. We met, we gave a lot of suggestions, they were written down, there was a big meeting, and there wasn't one of the changes that we recommended ever done. Now, I don't want that to happen with this hospital. The people who work in it every day have good ideas about traffic flow and things like that. So are you people doing the design of the building?
We're not doing the design, no. This is purely the rezoning tonight.
So this is hot air, I'm sorry to waste your time.
It's a good point because Philip Jefferson's here, Wayne's here, so they're right here, sitting here, they're with the provincial government, so they're part of the team, the project team. So they're listening.
The present emergency department in the hospital was a bad design, and the traffic flow is terrible in our present emergency department, and it could have been averted if designers had listened. I don't want that to happen again. Maybe none of us will be actually working at any of this by the time that comes along, but I know I won't be.
Hope so.
I was a little disappointed that there weren't any psychiatrists here tonight to state the obvious. And I was also a little disappointed that there weren't more people wearing masks, just from perfectly medical point of view. But maybe the next meeting we'll all be wearing masks.
or keep our 6 feet or 2 meters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
And Rob, I just want to say that thank you very much for the presentation. And who is WebExed into, who's your traffic engineer?
Roger Boychuk from...
Thank you very much, Roger. It's a $150 million project? Is that what we're looking at for this project overall? Wayne, correct? And I think the MP for Charlottetown mentioned just this past week that $50 million will be coming from the federal government? 50, yeah. And this report here by Cumulus Architects, unbelievable the information that's in here relating to slope, drainage, everything, very comprehensive. So I'm sure that we'll see and we'll be able to experience a lot more information as we go forward. That being said, oh, Councillor Tweel.
Thank you for your presentation. Enjoyed it. You talked about the multi-purpose pathways. Do you have a plan for the entire campus when it comes to pathways and maybe even incorporating more pathways with further consultation with with the city and with the community? Now's the opportune time to come up with some proposals because you're in the conceptual design phase.
Yeah.
So this would be, as I said, the opportune time to look at what's being proposed, and maybe even adding more pathways and more multi-purpose, act for transportation. It's a great opportunity, and that this could be the model for the rest of the city. So I bring that up, hoping that we can have further discussions in that regard.
Councillor Tweel, you've been here as long as I've been presenting here, so it's good to see you again.
Good to see you, sir.
And again, so the current plan would be to connect through the existing forest. When the new road is done and the right turn lane goes in, we'll extend that pathway across. There's currently proposal for on-street active transportation along this entire new road on one side of the street. There's conceptual plans for trails, of course, through the waterfront area connecting up to the school that yet to be firmed up. And those are the current plans, but certainly now's the time. If there's additional ones, we'd love to hear about them.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Right, Quinn, have those discussions been recent?
About 3 months ago, I think. So as this plan was being developed, we were in good, lengthy discussions with the city staff on a number of these issues.
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll be involved as we move along. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tweel.
Sorry, I just have a quick question. Is there a place, like either online or physically tonight, that we can get copies of the images? Just so we can keep it in mind when we're developing our plan?
That's still the property of Rob LeBlanc. Do we have copies of it, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Do we have digital copies of this presentation?
Yeah, I think it was submitted as part of the
Yes.
application. Yeah.
Was it?
Okay, Alex, do we have it online, Laurel, or can we send it out?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, we're just looking for like a couple of the images.
Yeah, we'll make sure it gets available
Okay.
online. Yeah.
Thank you.
Or you can speak to Ellen afterwards, Ellen Canteen. Okay. Well, Rob, I just pulled out a card from Acoustics Planning and Design, your old company.
That's right.
You go back a long way.
Yeah, we've been doing this a long time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, council. Thank you very much. We need a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Rivard, seconded by Councillor Kevin Ramsey. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.